Okay. Hello, you found me. I'm about to link this everywhere, so this is going to take a moment to get this going again since I don't have... It's much more natural. There we go. Good. Good stuff. Okay, and I'm actually going to bring it up a little, which hopefully will give you a little bit better of there we go. Okay. And down. That. Okay. Good. Perfect. Okay, I just need to grab this link and share it everywhere, and then we can get everyone back on here. So there's a new link in my Discord, and just posted a couple of other places. Aha, okay, and that's already posted there. And I will Twitter it up. You can see me do this. And while I do this, I can tell you some story time about what I did right before this live stream. So, as you know, I've recently been diagnosed with ADHD, the inattentive type. I get distracted easily, and I have no short-term memory. I have a very good long-term memory, but no short-term memory. And it explains a lot of things, including this thing I do, which frustrates me no end, and really gets in my way of stuff I want to do that I did today. So I figured the Lightfastness comparison was likely to be pretty fast today. So I was going to paint some swatch images for my Patreon. And I was just gonna, because my Patreon tiers, so I've just launched Patreon, I haven't publicized it at all, and I've named Patreon tiers after watercolor pigments. And so I was going to, started here. Hello. Okay, cool. We've got people joining us now. Let's see if I can get this light better balanced. It's looking a little dark. Maybe if this is a bit brighter, and that's a bit brighter, and it's directly overhead, or it's not directly overhead, what works better? If it's on this side? If I... Can I, whoa, that's a little washed out. Anyway, most of the colors that I have, most of the pigments are pigments that I keep in my main palette, but one of them is quinacridone gold, which I do not keep in my main palette. I also don't have Tyrian purple, but I figured I could do something for that. So I was going to paint some swatches, and I did have a pan of quinacridone gold, the original PO49, which I keep in a little pan that's usually shoved over to the side of my desk, because I do occasionally use it, but not frequently enough that it needs to be in a palette. So, knowing that I was going to use this for my video, I went and searched for it. How do I... Okay, here we go. Oh, whoa. I don't know. Not sure about this new coloring. Sorry, I'm trying to get this color balance as accurate as I can. Anyway, so I found my little quinacridone gold pan, and I picked it up. Okay, I'm gonna need this for my video. And then I went around collecting other stuff for my video, setting up my video, and now that pan is nowhere to be found. I sent Jordan looking for my watercolor pans, but of course he pokes around my studio and he doesn't know what he's looking for. So he's like, is it this one? Is it this one? Is it this one? To a million watercolor pans that are not what I want. So unfortunately, I can't paint that swatch because I don't have the paint. I probably put it down somewhere completely stupid where I'll find it tomorrow. But yeah, I can paint other swatches, and I can if I put these down here, will this improve my color balance? Oh, I see what's going on. It's a bit washed out, isn't it? Sorry guys, I'm trying to get my colors as good as I can here. I could mix my own, or I could use one of the mixes. Like I have the Sennelier mix, which is very close. And I know exactly where that one is. I also have this, which is just the pigment in a liquid suspension. So I could mull some more. But all of those things are not the PO49 that I wanted to swatch. And I would hate to label your tier quinacridone gold PO49 and then swatch something that isn't PO49. I think there's a gremlin about. I got a pan out and swatched it and the pan is just gone. So I do this all the time. And I swear it probably eats up about a half hour of my day or an hour every day. Because I don't, out of sight, out of mind. If I'm not actively using the thing, I don't know where it is. So I put down a brush and it's gone. A little bit less exposure would help. Yeah, I agree. Let me try this again. Let's just... How's this? This seems like better. Maybe? Let's try this one. Okay, cool. I think we finally got this balance to where I want it. It's still gonna, if I put this over just a little, there we go. And let's make this cooler and make this cooler. Yeah, that's a bit better. Okay, cool. So this is behind plastic. I'm actually going to pull this out of this plastic sleeve. There's a mythical creature who's got into watercolor painting and has fallen for Quinn Gold. Anyway. Yeah. Video color isn't quite perfect, but it's, I think, as good as it's gonna get, really. Okay. And then I have a whole bunch of these. Oh, hi Lucina. Cool, I'm so glad that you're here. Thank you. Okay, so next up, would the plastic sleeve help with fading? It shouldn't. It's not. It's just. I mean, maybe a little bit. Like any kind of barrier will block some UV. But it's a very thin plastic sleeve. It shouldn't really do much. The main thing is because there's humidity changes, like I didn't want the paper to be exposed to any condensation that might happen on the window. Again, because it's cold outside, so I didn't, yeah. So I put it behind, like I put it in a plastic sleeve before putting it in the window. So as I was saying, in the previous video, I'm just going to try to sort these because I just put them away however. And, okay, so then this one, this one, and here, and here, here. As I mentioned in the previous stream before I had to restart this, I have very big south-facing windows in my studio, but they get shaded in the summer, which is really lovely. But it means that the studio windows are the best for testing winter sun. But then in the summer, unfortunately, all my south-facing windows get very shaded. So I'm going to move them to a west-facing window in the attic. There is definitely some fading. There is definitely some fading, and you'll see once I compare it to some of the originals. Some things did better than expected, and some things did a lot worse. So there's some disappointing stuff in here. Sorry, I'm just sorting these drawer samples. And this. Oh, okay. I got something out of order, didn't I? Yep. Hi, Mikey. How was everyone's week? And that one, and this one. Okay, done. So first let's compare some inks. So these are mostly pigment based or more permanent types of fountain pen inks. And so far, these ones, let's line up the edges. There's maybe some very, very slight fading in the Document Sienna, but it's very, very faint. It looks like it's very nearly the same. The Document Brown looks identical as far as I can tell. It says, I tried to play ball with mental health rather than trying to fight it and got so much done this week. That's amazing. That's great. Okay. And then we have the Sailor Seiboku and Sailor and Detrimentus Brown. And these two also look like they've survived quite well. The Document Brown, yes, I like it a lot. Okay, next we have the Suboku. And the Sketch Ink Lily. And that looks pretty identical, so that's promising. Detrimentus Document Urban Gray and Noodler's Lexington Gray. So this is interesting. The Urban Gray, this one is a pigment ink. The Lexington Gray is not. But it's got some stabilizers, some UV stabilizers, which supposedly are supposed to help it retain its color. In mass tone, it seems pretty identical, but you can see in the tints that it's started to fade. Next we've got, Sailor Storia Lion Brown and carbon or platinum carbon. And the Sailor Storia Lion Brown is, this is sad. It's just, it has this beautiful yellow tone to it that just vanishes over time. So that's upsetting because I really enjoyed that ink, but oh. Sailor inks are so pretty, but I've not been able to swallow the Pressfoot bottle yet. I want them all and can't narrow it down. Yeah. Okay. And then we have Winsor Newton's drawing ink, glass nib pen. And here, a Rollerball Univolt Deluxe Micro, which is the same thing. And then we've got the first of the watercolor. So this is Sennelier's Alizarin Crimson. And I'm not sure if you can really see it in the video, but it's beginning to fade. And the thing with Alizarin Crimson is different pigments fade differently. So Alizarin Crimson retains its color for some time, but once it starts to fade, it just reduces to nothing pretty quickly. So I expect that when I take this down in the summer, like right now, I would be okay with this, but unfortunately, I suspect that once I take it down in the summer, this is going to be completely gone. Yeah, I'm really impressed with a lot of the ink tints too. Like I was half expecting that all of this was just going to go. And then we have this one, and yeah, I mean, there's maybe a little bit of change in the Emma. It's pretty minor. But this one seems to be holding up. The Platinum Pigment Sepia is another one that holds up for a while and then it starts going, and I can tell that it's starting to go. I'm not sure if you can see the difference, but this one is much pinker, and this one, it's the same sort of saturation, but it's lost all the pink color. Okay, next we have the world's saddest thing. I was really hoping that I would be able to find some Prussian blues that would hold up. Now, Prussian blues are kind of the opposite of Alizarin Crimson, where they lose any saturation they're going to lose up front, and then they pretty much stabilize. So this is what I don't expect them to change very much from this, but holding these up side by side, they've all faded. They've all faded. All of them. Hi, Askia Luna. I feel like it's not showing the degree again in the video as much as in real life, but it's pretty noticeable. Pretty sad here. I'm pretty sad about this. There, I was really hoping I was gonna find one Prussian blue that doesn't fade. They all fade. Now, apparently they fade a lot up front and then they pretty much stabilize. So we'll see at the end of, like, I'm just gonna put this for the rest of the year, basically, upstairs and check after, and We'll see if this is all the fading that they're gonna do, maybe in some cases, but it is still very pretty. It is still very pretty. But, you know, I was assured by Roman Schmal that no, he tested his, he's got a stable form. I don't know how other people are testing because this is not the same. Guess you don't have that bright Canadian sun where other people are testing. Yeah, I don't really know how other tests go. It's really quite upsetting. Teo Yi Chi tested Mission Gold and his didn't look like it faded at all. He's in Singapore. I would expect Singapore would get stronger sun than Canada in winter. This was winter sun in Canada. And there's my Mission Gold. It's faded quite noticeably. Roman Schmal, I spoke to Roman Schmal. I asked him if he had tested his Prussian Blue because of the concerns with Prussian Blue. He said, yes, he's tested his Prussian Blue. He knows that some Prussian Blues fade, but he chose the shade that fades the least, and he's pretty comfortable with it. It fades. It is faded. It's still beautiful, and the truth is, because Prussian Blue, it doesn't fade to white. It's not like alizarin crimson holds its color for a while and then it drops off a cliff. Prussian Blue loses some saturation right away, but then stabilizes. And apparently what's more, if you take it out of direct light afterwards, it regains some of its saturation. Like store it in a closet for a while and it gets brighter again, which is neat, but nonetheless. Hi, Stephen, how are you? It'll be interesting to see whether they return the color if you put them in a dark place. Yeah, so I'm going to put them in a bright window, a bright west-facing window, so that they get afternoon sun for the rest of the year. And then I'm going to pull them out and test them again, and then I'm going to put the Prussian Blues in a drawer and see whether they get closer again. As amazing as the Van Gogh Museum was, my nerd brain loved the exhibit where they showed you colors before and after. Such a huge difference. Yeah, really. There's a lot of things that just, like, what we know as paintings aren't anything like how they were originally painted. Is it my impression or the Jacksons fade the most? Yes, the Jacksons did fade the most. It just, it completely lost, it completely lost its, it was more of a, like, red or blue, and it's gone completely, like, lighter, brighter, greener. It was less saturated than the first place. I mean, it was definitely less saturated than, for example, I'm comparing two things that aren't side by side. It was definitely less saturated. Sorry, I was comparing it to the wrong thing. It was definitely less saturated than the Mission Gold or the Roman Schmal. But it was also just, yeah, I don't know, just not, it's lost a lot of its color. The Daniel Smith also didn't do so hot. Like the Roman Schmal and the M. Graham, I think did best, but still not good. The triple glazed windows seem to prevent quite a lot of the damaging rays of light. Yes, definitely. So we have double glazed windows. And that's an old standard. Like if we were building a new house, we would build them with triple glazed. But it's just a, you know, my concern is just I sell original artwork. And there's so much, like watercolor gets a bad rap. I feel like if I was an oil painter, I would likely just use whatever. Like, I don't care, use carmine, it'll fade in 100 years. Not my problem, I'll be dead. I would be more inclined to use less permanent pigments if I was painting in oil. It's just, some buyers feel like watercolor has a reputation of being like kind of a craft medium or not as permanent. It needs protection, it needs glass, it fades, it's wishy-washy. You're not going to have those bright colors forever. It's wrong. Watercolor can be permanent if you use permanent pigments, but I make a big point of saying like it won't change at all. You know, if you notice any change, you can bring it back to me. It'll look exactly the same for your lifetime, your child's lifetime. Like, I stand by my work. So I worry that, you know, I wouldn't want to put, I really, really, really love Prussian Blue. I suspect that, you know, if it's applied in a painting, like, yes, it might change a little, but nobody's going to notice that in the context of it's a mixed green. Also, it's not going to be taped to a south-facing window. You know, even if it was a foot away, it would fade less, even if it was... Can you check the Winsor Newton versus Daniel Smith for the, okay, here. They're pretty similar. I would say that the Winsor Newton did slightly better. So the Winsor Newton is up at the top and the Daniel Smith is down at the bottom. They are pretty similar. They're both not as saturated before. Like, they're not as saturated as, for example, the M. Graham. And then, I'm not sure if it's really coming through, but it's more like the shade has changed. I tested many Prussian blues, including Mission Gold, Rembrandt, Schmincke. The Lightfast ones are Van Gogh and Winsor Newton Professional. Yeah, so this is Winsor Newton Professional. It has faded. This is 4 months in a south-facing window in winter in Canada. I like my triple glazed window. It faces the terrace in the summer if I don't get along. It muffles the sound. Yeah, I mean, triple glazed windows are wonderful. The Winsor Newton looks more washed out in the mass tone. Yeah, I mean, I think the Winsor Newton's just a little... maybe. They're pretty close. Sorry, the resolution is, on my end is a little blurry. Have any M Graham paints faded? Well, I mean, I was testing my most frequently used colors as well as specific pigments that I knew might be a problem. I will say that, sorry, the M Graham was here. This is Prussian Blue. This is M Graham. All of the Prussian Blues have faded. I mean, there's a question of, because they fade a lot up front, and then they stabilize, you know, you might look at this and say it's an acceptable amount of fading. I might look at this and say it's an acceptable amount of fading. We'll see what this looks like after a year. But it's definitely, like, it's visible, it's not the same. If your resolution is blurry, try checking in settings. There's 3 dots on the edge of that you can, if you hover over the corner of your screen up here, you can pull up 3 dots and you can change the resolution. It might have auto set to a very low resolution, but you can watch it at a higher resolution, and that might help. Yeah. So everything, like, I don't think this is a brand thing. They all fade. Okay, next we have some PV23. So PV23 is this, like, has been a big question mark for people because somebody somewhere had some bad experiences with it. It doesn't have the best light fastness ratings, but all of these look pretty good to me. There's not really much change here. So these are PV23 by Winsor & Newton up at the top, and it's quite stable. Core is just as saturated as the day I applied it. And then this is PV37, which is a different kind of dioxazine. This is by Roman Schmal. And he chose it because he says it's more light fast, but the truth is I don't think that the PV23 is a problem either. They're all just fine. Re-resolution, yes, you're right. It had auto-reverted back to low res, even though initially it was high res. Sorry about that. Yeah, no worries. I know that YouTube likes to do that, and YouTube does that to me too sometimes. It just happens. Okay, next we have some PG8s. I think I have that Roman Schmal. Yeah, it's beautiful, and it seems to be pretty permanent. Okay, so PG8 is another pigment that gets a bad rap because it fades. And so far, as much as the Prussian Blues were bad news, there are 2 weird PG8s from Shinhan. They both don't seem to have changed at all, and a PG8 from White Knights, and it seems to be pretty stable. So I might be able to add PG8 to my palette, which is really, that is surprising and cool to me. Okay. Right. So here we have some random things. We have Schminke's PY3. So PY3 is also another one of these, like, known to be a problem pigments. And I think I'm beginning to see, it's very, very subtle, but I think I'm beginning to see some issues here. Next, I've got the, let me see if I can say this correctly, Pribish Gray by Roman Schmal Aquarius. And again, this one has PR 177 in it. It's pretty subtle. He saw, so this is what surprises me, is he said he tested his Prussian Blue and it was fine, but he tested this color and it wasn't, and he's reformulating it. It looks, I don't know what I'm seeing here. It looks like maybe there's like a loss of some of the pink in one of them, but it kind of surprises me that this worked for him, but this doesn't. I don't understand. I'm currently debating between Winsor Newton Ultramarine Violet PV15 versus PV23. Well, I mean, they are similar hues, but they behave very, very differently. Schmincke's Permanent Green Olive, which has, I think, some problem pigments in it. I don't know. Can somebody look that up? Okay. All right, now let's move this up because there's a whole nother row, guys. Maybe in a year it'll be more clear. Maybe Prussian Blue is impossible to find a non-fading version. That's what he meant. No, I specifically asked. So I had a long conversation with him about, for those who aren't super familiar, Roman Schmal Aquarius is actually a really, really small company. It's one guy and he's hired a bunch of his friends to do things for him. And he's a big pigment nerd. He's a delight to talk to. And so he's made a big point in his line where he doesn't carry, for example, PY3 because it's not Lightfast. He doesn't carry PV23 because it's not Lightfast. He doesn't carry PG8. He said he tested all of these things and they weren't satisfactory. He introduced PR 177 feeling like it was okay, but then found that once he released it having tested just the pigment, but then he put it in mixes and it performed worse in mixes. We had a long conversation about this and I said, okay, well, that's all very interesting. I'm about to do my Lightfastness tests. Can I get your comments on your Prussian Blue? Because I love Prussian Blue, but I've seen Lightfast tests from other people where Prussian Blues across the board fade. And he said many Prussian Blues fade, but it's down to the manufacturing. The greener, deeper Prussian Blues do not fade. And I found the best Prussian Blue I could find, and mine, I've tested it. He said he's putting it in a UV, like he's working with a university now to put it in a UV test, but he's done window tests and he stands by his Prussian Blue. I mean, I believe that he's done window tests. We talked for a really long time and he was quite open about where he'd introduced things into his line that it turned out later he was wrong about and he needs to fix. He's well-intentioned. It just seems like some people are getting different results from, like, I don't know if it's the paper, I don't know if it's the windows, the location, what their weather is like I don't know what's happening there, but you can look at Teo's Lightfastness test, Teo Yuchi. He tested Magello Mission Gold and it didn't fade at all in Singapore. Does he have quad paned windows? Is he shaded by another building? Like, I don't know what's going on there. Sounds like a fascinating conversation though. Yes, honestly, he's a delight to talk to. And like, I don't think that there was any malice there. He sent me, like, he was like, this is great. He sent me extra paints to test in my Lightfastness tests. Like, he's not trying to hide anything here. I just, you know, I was really hopeful, and well, it faded. Okay, so next we're testing the colors that I have in my main palette. And so this is interesting. Here we have green gold, PY 129. So this is a Winsor Newton color. For those who are interested in Winsor Newton, this is identical, no fading. PY 150, which is my favorite. I would like cry for days if this faded. This is by M. Graham. So for those who are interested in this one, it is completely rock solid. Nothing has changed. Maybe he has UV blocking windows. That's possible, but I mean, he was noticing fading in, for example, the Prussian Gray, which so far I haven't seen much in. So, you know, some things were fading for him that don't seem to be fading for me as much, whereas he claims that his Prussian Blue didn't fade at all. Mine faded pretty spectacularly. Yeah. It's just puzzling to me. It's very interesting how people have such wildly different experiences with what appears to be the same pigments. And like similar situations, you know, like what is going on? Okay, transparent orange, PO, it's actually unassigned, but it's PO 107. Diketoperoloperol. This is the Winsor Newton version. No fading, looks beautiful. Okay, next we have some carmine from Da Vinci. So this is not actual carmine, this is PV19. So this is quinacridone rose, although it's an interesting shade of quin rose. And it's delightful and has not faded. Magello Mission Gold's Quin Magenta, which doesn't seem to be affected in any way. Maybe it's darkened a little. Maybe I've lost a tiny bit of saturation. It's very subtle, if anything. And likewise, if I really, really squint at the Quin Purple, there might be something going on there. How does that transparent orange compare to a burnt sienna? Well, the transparent orange is a very, very bright orange. Like, it's a lot brighter. It's like a fiery orange, whereas a burnt sienna is a lot more muted. Here, let's see if I can give you some kind of comparison. One moment. Let me find the thing. Okay, so I have some quinacridone burnt orange. This is quinacridone rust from M. Graham. If I just paint that out so that you can get a comparison for the orange. Because like it might look like it's maybe a little muted on screen, and that's just because color balancing on video is difficult. But this is quinacridone burnt orange right beside it. So this is much brighter. No, so this is PO48. And then this is transparent orange. So this is an actual orange. Like this is closer to like a pyrrole orange, except transparent. Whereas transparent pyrrole orange, whereas quinacridone burnt orange, PO48, is this. And this is like the most orange of the PO48s that I've ever tried. And it's still, as you can see, a lot browner. Even wet. And it's gonna dry down browner. Okay, next. Phthalo blue yellow shade, which obviously hasn't changed. Ultramarine, which obviously hasn't changed. Anthraquinone blue by M. Graham, which has not changed. Yeah, if PY150 would have faded, then I don't know. Then I would decide that I'm just simply going to be strictly a black and white, like I'm just gonna work in pen and ink from now on, screw colors. Humidity with warmth versus humidity with cold. Yep. It's possible that it's like other environmental factors. I don't know. It's really weird. Might be the type of paper. So here we have phthalo turquoise, PB16, phthalo green, and perylene green. And those all seem to have stayed identical. Or you would have converted to cad yellow. Oh my goodness, I just did a video where I tested so many cad yellows. What are your other top favorite non-Lightfast colors? There's so many pretty ones. There is so many pretty ones. And you know what? If I get I do illustration commissions, but a lot of them are, you know, they're one-offs. Before the pandemic, I was in talks to illustrate a field guide, and it didn't pan out because of the pandemic. But if I had like a big project where they just wanted, it's all illustrations, I can't sell them, they're all for scanning, then like I would absolutely, you know, no questions asked, I would make a palette that has the PG8 for sure. I throw in some Prussian Blue. Opera is questionable. I do enjoy opera, but it doesn't scan well either. But I'd be all over the alizarin crimson. PR83 is beautiful. It's completely fugitive. I would actually probably use PY40. Cobalt yellow or aureolin, genuine aureolin. It doesn't even need sunlight to fade. It oxidizes, it turns brown, but it is kind of unique in yellows where it's pretty transparent, but it's lifting. There's some rose madder colors that are really interesting. Genuine indigo. Oh, genuine indigo is absolutely beautiful. Yeah. Genuine indigo is lovely. There's also some interesting mixes. Like I really enjoy Aussie red gold here. It contains PY83, which is a fairly impermanent yellow. I have this thing by this PY117, which is discontinued, but it used to be sold as greenish yellow by Holbein. And it's kind of lovely in its way. I quite like it. Yeah. Just a whole bunch. There's just a lot of really pretty colors that don't stick around forever. Can you send me a link on Discord to Genuine Indigo? I will send you a link on Discord to Genuine Indigo. Okay, next. Okay, so here we have some more of my own palette. So here we have transparent brown iron oxide, which for a moment it looked like it had faded, but it's just the way it's separated out. It's just the brush strokes. It's not actually faded. Monte Amiata natural sienna with some bonus cat hair, and bismuth yellow with some bonus fingerprints, but all of these have not actually changed. What is your experience with those Krylon UV fixatives? I like the satiny sheen of them. I wonder if multiple coats would help with light fastness. They might. I have some questions about those because they might help with UV, but they are acrylic based and acrylic yellows. So I don't know. I haven't really experimented very much. Okay, next we have some Quin Red, which, does that look like the Quin Red has faded? That would be disappointing. Seems like the Quin Red, like that PR209, has done something interesting, maybe. That would be upsetting. Cobalt Turquoise obviously hasn't done a thing, it's the same. And then PV62 Cobalt Violet Hue, which has nothing to do with cobalt. It's called Cobalt Violet Hue, but it's a synthetic apatite from Schminke. And it has not done anything, it's still very, very much the same. Hi Lauren, how are you? I think I'd rather let the paint... What contribution does Neuron's chemical makeup offer to light fastness? Yeah, it looks like the quin red has darkened a little. I mean, it's still very pretty and it's close, but it does look like it's darkened a little. Gabber says, I think I'd rather let the paint fade than have some fixative deteriorate and ruin the work. I can keep the painting away from sun. Yep, I feel like that too. I just also, although I do self-framed work, I wonder, like, first of all, it's a huge investment to frame behind UV glass, and then you never know when someone redecorates their house, like the kind of people who have $1,000 to drop on a UV framed painting might redecorate. Do they know to get UV museum glass the next time? I don't know. I don't think that Neuron has stopped by today, but he has definitely left his mark in my paints. Okay, so here we have something else that's interesting. So here we have green apatite. Green apatite looks the same. We have two colors sent to me by Roman Schmal specifically because he wanted to show off. This was the purpose. Like, he sent these to me to test. That was the goal. PY3, which he says, you know, he had to include this in his line. There was too much demand, but he doesn't like it. Hansa Yellow Light. I don't think. He wants to remove this from his line because it's not light fast. I'm not seeing any fading here. PY61, on the other hand, is what he prefers to use as a lemon yellow. It's a very nice lemon yellow. I have no problems with PY61. It would be my choice instead of PY3 based on just some concerns about PY3. It is one of the better lemon yellows I've tried, but like, you know, neither of them has faded, so that's cool. Hi, Paolo, how are you? You missed me testing the Prussian Blues. They all faded, all of them. Every single last one. Oh, this green? This is Lee green. This is, so I have synesthesia, among other brain quirks, but one of the brain quirks is I have synesthesia, and this is the color I associate with myself. Okay, next we have Rose Matter from Magello Mission Gold. So this is PR 176, so it's not genuine Rose Matter. But it's another, you know, sometimes questioned by some people pigment. It's really pretty, and it looks to be pretty much identical. Then we have genuine indigo. So this is synthetic indigo, PB66. So there's two kinds of genuine indigo. There's genuine indigo that comes from the plant, NB1, and then there's the chemical formula for that pigment, for that dye. Indigo dye, but made in a lab, is PB66. So this is the lab one from Shinhan. It seems pretty stable to me so far, but we'll see after a year. And then Aussie Red Gold, which again, so far, I mean, maybe it's lost a little bit of the yellow, but it's pretty close. And it doesn't fade? No, it does. Like, PB66 is probably on par with something like a PR 177. It will fade eventually, presumably. I mean, keep in mind, these have been in a south-facing window for like 4 or 5 months, but it's a south-facing window in Canada during the winter. So low sun angles, not a whole lot of hours of sun. Some things have faded visibly, and some things will continue to fade visibly. But just because it hasn't faded yet in my test doesn't really mean that it's okay forever. Yes, in a room full of pigment nerds, I named something Daria Green. That's great. Actually more like Daniel Smith Serpentine. It's Lee Green, as far as I'm concerned. My wedding dress was this color. I've still got it. I wear it as a sundress in the summer. So 2 hours of light every 2 days. No, I mean, we get direct light. We don't have a house across the street. We live at a T intersection. So in the winter, the tree in front of the house loses all its leaves. So, we do get like 8 hours of direct sun, but it's at a low sun angle, so it probably isn't not quite as much of the UV gets through. Even so, Prussian Blue. Yeah, I mean, I'll just show you. I've gone over the Prussian Blue a couple of times, but it's very upsetting to me, so I'll do it again. But, sorry, this one first. Oh, wait, let me move sorry, I have to move. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'll go back to it at the end. How's that? Because I have to move the whole sheet to show it. It's my favorite green, that's why I brought it up. I'll call it Lee Green, no problem. That's great, yeah, that's what I call it. Okay, next we have some fun stuff. So we have PG10, Nickel Azo Extra Dark, which I have to send to some paint makers. I got some of this pigment because this. Little bit more to that story. So, it is in the same family of pigments as like Nickel Azo Yellow and green gold. But if you think of Daniel Smith and Art Spectrum used to make their green gold with this green rather than with the regular green gold pigment. So this one's much greener. And it's been discontinued, and I got my hands on some pigment. It turns out it's a pain to mull. It's just absolutely awful to mull. So that's not happening again. Anyway, so here we have Nickel Azo. I mean, it doesn't fade. It's also like not available and really unpleasant to mull, and just generally like not something you want to add to your life. So that's cool. This is like where I was getting weird with my tests. Then we have PB80, which is another one of these. This pigment doesn't exist. I got my hands on some of the paint. It's like halfway between dioxazine purple and indanthrene blue. It's pretty cool, but doesn't fade. Okay. Then we have Malachite from Roman Schmal, which, yep, that's turning sort of brown, as expected. This is not really, it's an oxidizing thing, so it'll happen to some degree in the drawer too. Like, it's not only with sun. The sun certainly speeds it up a little, so there will be a difference, but they'll both be yellowing. Here, next we have, okay, PB17 from Holbein. This is Holbein Iridori, so PB17, this was Peacock Blue, I believe. This pigment is, it's been discontinued by most paint brands, but it seems to have reappeared in some Asian paint brands now. It's supposed to be maybe a little bit less light fast than some of the other, it's a phthalo pigment, and it's supposed to be maybe slightly less light fast than some of the other phthalo pigments. It looks pretty stable to me so far. I made one pan of malachite way back when, and it does the coolest stuff when re-wet, but exactly that. It sort of turns brown in the water. Yeah. So, you know, it might be light fast, like it's not light that's affecting it strictly, but if it changes color, it changes color. It doesn't really matter what the reaction is, right? Okay, so the next one is Magello Mission Gold, what they call green gold, but is actually PY150, so it's actually nickel azo yellow. And it's a slightly yellower, like a slightly greener shade of nickel azo yellow than some other nickel azo yellows, but it's still very much yellow and not green. Except that some people have swatched it, Denise from In Liquid Color, among others, but I've also seen other people who have swatched it where it looked green in their swatches, either when they swatched it or after. And so I wanted to swatch it and see if it changed its color. It does not, so far. For me, it still looks like the day I painted it. You can almost see it rust, and then the next layer is green and clean again. Yeah. It's oxidation, right. It's oxidation and not anything to do with light strictly, but what's in my window will have some more exposure to the elements. It'll have more temperature changes, more humidity changes, just because it's not sitting in a box in a drawer. So it will change a little bit faster than the one in the drawer, but they'll both change, so it's not like comparing them doesn't really tell you anything. Greenish yellow. PY117, which is another one of these, it's sort of in the same family as these azomethanes, but it's a less permanent one. And to be honest, it has faded in tints, but I almost like the faded color better. It's very fascinating. It's also discontinued, so I'm never going to see it again, and I just have one tube, and, you know, make of that what you will, but Okay, next we have Opera, which, as expected, has faded quite a bit. You're not picking it up on camera as much as I am. There we go. Now do you see it? It has changed. obviously. This is more like that. It fades to quinacridone magenta, so I just use quinacridone magenta. Saturn Red PO64. Okay, so PO64 was a late addition to this chart because the day that I was charting this out, Kimberly Crick mentioned to me that PO64 in her tests faded. It faded in all brands. It's marked as a very light fast pigment. It's not a pigment that I use, but I did have a couple of samples of it, so I decided to throw them in. So one of them is Saturn Red from Schminke, which so far hasn't done very much. It might have changed color a little bit, but I can definitely see it in the Roman Schmal that it has faded. Yeah, but it's something you can't stop happening unless you put it under an inert gas, and even then. It's a nice orange, that one. It is. It's very pretty, but it fades. This is a really nice orange, the transparent orange. That's what you need in your life. Is that the tier you're going to go for on Patreon? Are you choosing based on colors? Okay, now let's go back to this Prussian Blue. This is the Prussian Blue tragedy. Let me share my Prussian Blue tragedy. Would opera in a pan fade too? Yes, the top layer of it would fade. And then you would apply it and you'd get some bright stuff again and the top layer of it would fade. It fades pretty fast. It also doesn't scan well. So the thing is, like, opera's really pretty, but you can't sell it and you can't scan it, so what's the use? Sketching, maybe. Fun for sketching. Okay. It is really hard to scan. Yay, you caught your stream. Yay. Hi, Cyan. How was sauna night? Good, then I just use it as my magenta. Yeah, so it'll just, I mean, so I know some botanical artists who do that, where they just like seeing that bright color, and they're okay with the fact that it'll scan and fade to quinacridone magenta, which they feel is close enough. You know, personally, that's not something that I'm comfortable with, but keep in mind, I have what I'm comfortable with for my business, and that doesn't apply to anyone else. So, and it doesn't even apply to anyone else as far as buying. I have in my living room right now, I have a painting, which I bought, that has neon pink trees. Now, I bought it from a studio mate. I didn't go poking around her oil paints to see what the pigments in her neon pink trees are, but come on, they're neon pink trees. It's got opera in it. It's gonna fade. I'm okay with that for artwork that I buy, but for artwork that I sell, I'm not. I love my neon pink trees in my dining room. They don't get a whole lot of sun. They'll last as long as they last, and then they'll just be not as neon pink trees. And you feel like you've done something wrong to not pick up such an intense color. I mean, it's a beautiful color. I love intense colors, but yeah. Hi, Sam. How was the sauna? Sauna felt so good after extra long work week. I bet. I bet every time you tell me about your sauna on Fridays, I'm like, oh, you know, that would be a really nice tradition. Like, that's just a really nice end of the week thing. Okay, so back to Prussian Blue. So here we have Winsor Newton up at the top, and it has faded. Then we have M. Graham, and it has faded. We have Daniel Smith, and it has faded. They all faded. Bye, Luciene. And then let's look at the next ones. We have Mission Gold has faded. Prussian Blue from Roman Schmal, despite his promises and his fact that he tested it himself, has faded. And Jackson's has faded. Prussian Blue just fades. It just fades. Now, what I understand is the way that Prussian Blue fades, it does its color changing up front and then it stabilizes, unlike alizarin crimson and some of the inks, which are the opposite. So this one will follow a different curve where it'll look fairly stable, and then it'll hit a max amount of sunlight and it'll drop off the map and just disappear from your paper. Prussian Blue will lose some saturation up front and then stabilize. So we'll see if this is the end of if it's already done, all of its fading that it's gonna do, and I pick it up in another 6 months or whatever, and it has gone through a year and it's been sitting in a double glazed window in a poorly insulated house, catching all kinds of weather for a year, and it's still this, that I might consider using it, but it definitely fades. Yeah, everything faded. How does it compare to Indanthrene Blue? So I've been told by a reliable witness, and it fits with my experience, that if you mix anthraquinone or Indanthrene Blue with phthalo turquoise, you get something very, very, very close to, like about half and half. You get something very, very close to Prussian Blue out of the tube. Lexington Gray hasn't changed much in mass tone, but it's started to lose saturation, like in the wash area. And again, this is, you know, I live in Canada, and this has been our winter. So it's been in a south-facing window, but it's been getting winter sun. It's now going to move to a west-facing window because in the summer our south-facing windows are shaded. What did I suggest for mixing up Prussian Blue? So I've been told by a reliable source that the trick to mixing a Prussian Blue is anthraquinone, or I mean, I've got anthraquinone from M. Graham. It's PB60, Indanthrone Blue, mixed with phthalo turquoise, PB16. It's spring! Don't get your hopes up, Lauren. It's like fake spring and we're gonna have more winter. But, Cyan, I think I sent you that sample. I believe I sent you the sample of Diatramentus document Urban Gray, that one hasn't changed at all. And it's pretty close to Lexington Gray. And there's other good news here. So right beside the Prussian Blues, I also tested the dioxazine purples, both PV23 and PV37, and those all, they look rock solid. And the other thing that's done really well with like really no noticeable change so far is the various PG8s. So far, PV23 and PG8 have done well, but PB27, unfortunately, I was very hopeful, but has not. Joy asked, shall I start scheduling sauna with Cyan? I mean, yes, absolutely, but you're gonna have to find me a sauna because I don't have one at home. But I would totally just like, you know, do the online body double and like, this is my time with Cyan. We could all do saunas. Oh man. Let me live stream from the sauna. Okay, so that's that. And then, what time is it? 3:49. Yeah, okay. So then the other thing that I really wanted to do today, which, okay, I'm so angry at myself. So angry at myself. Live stream coming from a neighbor's sauna next week. Ah, yeah. I'll be that kind of channel. So the other thing that I wanted to do was I just made myself a Patreon. Does somebody want to link my Patreon down in the chat, please? Don't forget to like, sub, join the Discord. That is correct. Don't forget to like, sub, join the Discord. And if you are a moneyed sort of person and would like to support me on Patreon, I now have a Patreon, which is what the next part of this stream is going to be about. And it just, why is my quality so bad? Fix your quality thing. Ha! Thank you, Cyan. And I have tiers, which I've named after colors, after pigments, of course, because I'm that kind of nerd. Why is this so blurry? Why are you so blurry? Sorry. I don't know why it's... Why are you not focusing? Focus. Yeah, I know. I just... Maybe I just need to put something down to like... No, you didn't forget to put your glasses on. It's this silly stream. Come on, camera. Look, you've got a pen. See? A pen. Ooh, look. Why don't you like my sketchbook? What the hell? Like, if it does this. Okay, finally. Good job. There we go. Good camera. So I named my tears after different pigments. And so I need to swatch some. Went bye-byes when you lifted the swatch sheets afterwards. It solves the focusing issue. Versatile color. Yeah, I know, really. I think it might be getting confused because the tape is similar to the sleeve. I think that might be what's going on here. Oh, no, not like that. Oh, maybe it is. Maybe, yeah, okay. So I'm gonna do some fairly large swatches here because then I can trim them and crop them. I'm gonna try to like throw a bunch of water on, make them sort of interesting. Yes, please join the Discord. So the Discord is free. I do have a Patrons Lounge channel when you, like a separate chat thing when you support me on Patreon. But I am intending to keep most of my content free. I really value this community interaction. And I don't feel like it should be exclusive to people who have financial means. But if you do want to support me, that is now an option through Patreon. And I offer some neat things like one-on-one classes. How much is the VAT? It should be included. It should be included. If not, I can play with the settings so that you are not charged for things that you... Your local VAT will apply. Are you paying on the full amount, Gavin? Because I can change that. I just haven't. So Patreon has some confusing categories of things because some things are taxed and some things aren't. So, for example, you should not be paying for the Patreon feed. That's not a service. It's, it's just a, yeah. No, unfortunately, yes, you should be paying for, it depends on the country you live in, or it's the same for everyone. It depends on the country you live in. Our VAT is 23%. It depends on the country you live in, but it should be, it shouldn't be charged on the whole pledge. She's trying to find out how much it is so I can calculate how much it will be. That was a confusing statement. Sorry, let me rephrase this. So, because each pledge has different amounts, so like when you support me for $3 a month, or whatever that turns out to be for you, $2 a month, that is, you're not getting any benefit out of that. You get to see my Patreon. Nobody should be charged for that. With the additional tiers, there's a portion of your pledge which you are paying as a service to me, and that, unfortunately, I think Patreon does collect that. Although it's interesting, I mean, maybe they remit it, I don't know. Yeah, well, so that's the other thing, is because you won't be charged until the 1st of April, if there's like, you can let me know what it actually charged you and I can, or what it actually says it'll cost, and I can adjust that sometime before the 1st of April to make sure that you're not getting charged for things that aren't services. Right? Like, you should not be charged just for supporting me. And so a lot of my tiers are primarily just like, yeah, I have a Patreon feed, but you're not paying to see my Patreon feed, you're paying to support, yeah. Now, workshops, of course, they are a service, and, you know, I'm not gonna lie, but yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go downstairs and grab some salt. I'll be right back. You know what just occurred to me? Kind of feels like cheating. Well, don't worry, I won't give you any benefits until the 1st of April either. There is no cheating in art and dealing with Patreon. Yeah, absolutely, there's no cheating. Like, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Like, I'll make sure that you pay me before I start your lessons. Okay. You know what, Paolo? I want to check in with you because I think I just figured something out about those Prussian blue paints. The Prussian blue fading is an oxidation as well, right? Like, it's partially it's an iron oxidation from like residual unreacted iron. Yes? Because I'm wondering whether the reason my Prussian blue faded dramatically where others didn't is because I have iron and calcium deposits in my tap water, and then because we have the hardest water in North America, many of my taps actually put out salt water. Like we have a water softener that salts the water. So there's probably residual amounts of salt. I tend to prefer to paint with, I just realized that, like, for example, right now I've got salt water in my water container. Not sure. Let me check the paper. Okay. Because I'm wondering whether I kind of set myself up for failure, either just by having hard water, or by using softened water and it was salty, so then it was reacting differently than it would if I had normal fresh water. I'm saying this because it can come back to normal. Right. Yes. So it's, I'm just wondering whether there's, like, it could be my water that's different. Which is why, because, like, it wasn't really adding up to me that, for example, Singapore, like, really, you're telling me that Canada in the winter has stronger sun than anywhere in Singapore? That doesn't make sense. It wasn't adding up for me that, you know, okay, so Roman Schmal says he tested his in Poland and he's satisfied with his performance, but he's not satisfied with these other pigments. Well, I test them all side by side. The other pigments are fine, but yeah. Something's not adding up for me. None of it makes any sense. Right. So the only thing that really seems like, okay, well, that might actually be different, and why I'm seeing worse results than some others is you know, like, what sets my area apart? We have the hardest water in North America. Water softeners are required for our water heater contract with the city. We need to have a water softener. So we have salt water coming out of our taps. From the video, it seems Teo is leaving quite high and has a big window wall. Same window, different time, same time, different water. That would be an interesting test. Yeah, I might try that next year. Like, to be honest, it doesn't really change anything from the point of view of like what I'm going to be painting with, because I'm not going to be buying. Maybe we did start getting distilled water for. I was going to say I don't like the idea of painting with only distilled water is pretty far-fetched, but potentially. Do you know what is used to soften the water? Salt, like table salt. Sodium chloride. Okay, so next. Because I know, for example, that I see much stronger separation and granulation. I see granulation sometimes in pigments that aren't supposed to granulate, and it's a hydrophobic reaction because I have a ton of calcium and iron in my water, or I'm using salt water. I would find painting with distilled water very annoying. Sometimes I change the water mid-painting. Yes, so at one point, because I was struggling with some weird paint behavior from M. Graham, I actually tested that. It helps, but doesn't completely fix it in the M. Graham case, which I suspect is sort of similar. Like, I suspect there's a similar thing going on with the Prussian Blue, where it's like, yeah, if I painted with only distilled water, and I was religious about that, then it would fade less, but it wouldn't completely not fade. And how religious am I actually going to be about only painting with distilled water? I don't know. We haven't this year, but we get distilled water delivery in big jugs for our room humidifiers. Oh, from Queens U. Nice. That's local to me-ish. My sister went to Queens. Okay, brush is shedding a little. So let's see if I can get some interesting stuff happening in this yellow. Oh, sorry, let me get you back into frame a little bit. Oh, and then let's let this dry down just a tad, and then we'll add some salt. Yeah, from what I said, it's just simple oxidation reduction of the iron, which can be reverted in the dark. We have a Brita to filter the water. Yeah, I mean, the Brita does some, it takes out some of the iron, a little bit of the calcium, but it doesn't. We need some heavier duty stuff. Using distilled water would mean that I need to buy and carry that quite heavy substance, and using multiple liters would mean quite a hassle. Yeah, so what we get big jugs of distilled water delivered. They're pretty cheap. And we have been meaning to put up like a dispenser. We could put one up in my studio maybe. So it wouldn't necessarily be the end of the world for me, but it is kind of a bit more trouble than I really want to go through. But if you use water softeners, well, so if I use water softeners, yeah, so there's two kinds, right? So the cheap kind that we have, which is much longer lasting, it just agitates it with like the chelating agents that it just replaces the calcium and iron ions with sodium. It's basically rock salt. Speaking of rock salt, I'm gonna throw some salt on here. Anyway, I don't usually use salt in artwork because I find it's just a little bit, and I've got some thicker salt too. Because it can affect the permanence of things. But I do use, it turns out, salt water. Derp. So what is also that's happening? Yeah. So what goes on in our water, what comes out of our washroom taps. So in our kitchen we have two taps. We have a hard water tap for drinking, and then we have a soft water tap, which comes from the softener. So the softener is a tank. It's got an agitator, and it just, you dump in, it's a brine tank. You dump in a bunch of salt, and it runs an agitator and separates out the most of the calcium and iron ions, and just replaces them with sodium. DN says, hi everyone, has spring sprung in Canada? Sort of. I mean, it is spring here, but our spring is what most people might call winter. We still have a lot of nights that dip quite below freezing. We are still likely going to get some snow. Our last frost date is in May. So yes, it's spring. Yes, I have planted some hardy crops. Yes, it's kind of muddy and gross. It's not spring in the like flowers and whatever sense quite yet. Okay, cool. Well, it might be worth testing the Prussian Blue over again. Because that seems like an interesting thing. I think what we have is just a standard water filtering jug. I think it uses like the Brita filter. Yeah, so a lot of people use those here too. But we are required by the municipality to have a tank in our, like a water softener, like a whole house unit. Some people choose to instead use a more complex system that has a reverse osmosis system. They are much, much, much more expensive to run, but then you would get something that's not quite, but much closer to distilled water. Spring in Canada, yeah. Joy has been scheduling me for trips to the garden, which is just hilarious. I'm not allowed to go to the garden. I have a community garden. It's not open until April. I mean, I have been there, but not officially. Yeah. Okay, next. So my lowest tier on Patreon is my most used color. Because, you know, it's most essential is the general support tier. So that I'm doing with, I named it for PY150. Next, my next highest tier is magenta, and it's named quinacridone magenta, PR122. So these are just going to be pictures for the tiers. And so let me get some of that in there. Oh, yeah. Hi. And then I dropped, okay, well, that's fine. That one can just be spare. I don't have that many tiers. My TV is struggling to show that magenta color so vibrant. Yeah. Nothing but the brightest colors. I'm also going to drip some water on this. Try to get just some interesting patterns going. Juicy magenta. It is. It is. So for 10 Canadian dollars a month, which is like $7 US, or maybe $7.50 is what the conversion is on Patreon, or whatever it is in other currencies. I think it might be £6, €5.50 or something. Canadian dollar is pretty crappy, which is a great benefit to anyone supporting me out of Canada. what paper did you use for the Lightfastness tests? They are all on, I believe it's Arch's 300-pound hot press cotton. Or, sorry, 140-pound 300 GSM. So 100% cotton, they shouldn't have any brighteners. It is fascinating. It's fascinating stuff. Like, what is going on with these paints? Be right back. All right. See you soon, Joy. Okay, next. Are we supposed to leave the salt on the paper? I can never get it off the paper. It clings to the paper. Maybe I should use coarser salt. Yes, probably coarser salt, and you might be putting it on when it's quite wet. You want it to still be pretty damp, but not like, if you put it in a puddle of water, it's just gonna sit there. Okay, next we are going to use some of this. So this is phthalo turquoise. This sort of painting that I don't really do. Like, yeah, let's just make the paint just run around wildly all over the paper. That's the goal. But I just want a somewhat interesting, colorful background, and then I'll digitally put on the pigment names and use these as images for the Patreon tiers. They're all very pretty colors. Guys, I chose the prettiest colors. That was the point. They're all my favorites. I chose my favorite colors. Cotton is the best in terms of Lightfastness of Prussian Blue. I thought so. And it's, you know, it's what I use for my regular work. It's 100% cotton, no brighteners. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on with it. Then I can repeat it for all of them. Good. Well, I'm glad that people approve of my color choice. Priorities. I don't like using salt either because it's hard to predict how it would affect the pigment's longevity. Yeah, I don't ever use salt. This is probably the, like, no, I did an illustration thing where I used salt about 2 years ago, but no, I would brush the salt off. Not sure how much I got. Some is probably dissolved in the paint. Yeah, I mean, the issue is the salt residue, right? Like, yes, I will brush off the salt, but presumably some has dissolved into the paint. So. Okay. And now that this has had some time, I'm gonna start adding some more water in here, and in here, and here, here, here. Let's here, 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 here. And some of the bigger salt. Let's try that with some like really huge salt. Okay. Have you practiced any more with this casing paints? I have not. I did get myself some more gouache though, because I'm taking a gouache course next month. Well, luckily salt is cheap and paper is there for the using. Okay, next up we have Paraline Green. Yeah. That's really cool, Stephen. Okay. Should in most cases affect paint light fastness, except for maybe Prussian Blue. Damn it! I set up this whole test specifically for Prussian Blue and I didn't control for the water. Damn it. Damn it. Well, yeah. I've learned to not be precious about my art supplies. Paint is there for using. And a lot of the time I'm happy to just reuse palette dirt, but if it's in my way, like clean it off and I make more palette dirt. Okay, so in fairness, Perylene Green on its own is not the prettiest color, but but you guys, it's so useful, so you know, I had to. Palette dirt plus ultramarine almost equals Prussian blue. Almost, but not quite. Did I? Getting a little too messy here. I love Perylene Green. Great for painting holly leaves on Christmas cards. Perylene Green is also just a really super duper useful mixing color. So I use it for mixing a whole variety of different greens. And then I also use it there we go. So I use it for mixing a whole variety of different greens, and I also use it for mixing shadows. It does some really interesting things if you mix it with reds and purples. It is a really, really, really useful color, even if on its own, it's maybe not quite as powerful as the other things on this page. I'm liking the Perylene Green mess. Yes, am I? It's got some like something to it. Landscape almost. There we go. Perylene Green is super convenience color. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. I'm seeing Canadian spring. Just you wait. Okay, next we have my all-time favorite orange. Let's clean off this mess and put some orange down. It is not as strong in a mix as, say, phthalo green. It is absolutely not as strong in a mix as, say, phthalo green. But then again, very few things are. I mean, I think it really depends on your process and what the rest of your palette looks like. And we're back. Ta-da! take it you missed me painting most of that orange one, huh? Yeah, of course. I wouldn't just leave you without painting the orange, Paula. Good, good, good. Now I had to spend some time reviving the stream when I should have been dropping things into the orange, so we'll see how it reacts now. Oh, that's interesting. We did miss the orange. Do you need me to paint another orange? I can repaint the orange. So you also missed my rant at the beginning of the video, I think, several of you, but one of my tears, okay, I'm going to repaint the orange while I tell this story. One of my tears, well, there's no need to do that except that I let it dry while I was reviving the stream. And so I am less impressed with how this granulation is going to turn out. So I think I am going to repaint the orange. I think I'm going to repaint the orange. So one of my colors is quinacridone gold, the genuine article, P049. And you see, I have quinacridone gold. I have a little pan of it that I keep on my desk here at home. I also have a whole bunch of tubes at the studio, but I have a little pan that I keep on my desk. And I knew that I was planning on probably doing this for the stream. So I made sure that I had it and I picked it up. And then I have, I'm recently diagnosed with ADHD, distracted type, or primarily inattentive is the diagnosis. And I don't have a short-term memory. So I pick things up because I need them, and then I'm holding them, and then I get distracted and I put them down, and then I have no idea where they are. So in all that mess, I've put my quinacridone gold somewhere. And I genuinely don't know. Like, I have no clue where it went. It's somewhere in my house, but I had Jordan search for it. There's a pan of quinacridone gold hidden here somewhere. And I don't know where it is. Gee, I'm also like that, but because I'm old. Well, I've been like this my whole life. So either I've been old from when I was 4 years old, or this is actually just ADHD. Have you checked your pockets? I have, but I'll triple check, and it is not in my pockets. I don't know, like, I'm gonna find it in my fridge or something. I should have just left it on my desk. That would have been useful. So, the question is, for Quin Gold, I have a number of ways I can fake it, but I'm just like a little too, there are some reasons I don't want to fake it. You guys, I want to give you the genuine article. No cheating. I don't mean this to sound weird, but how did you go about your diagnosis? My therapist has set up several appointments for me to test and ends up never happening, including a specialist who only found out she had ADHD in her 50s, decided to only deal with children. Okay, so I had a sort of like long and roundabout path, but I'm happy to talk about it. So in university, I was diagnosed with chronic anxiety, like generalized anxiety disorder, which I did have. And I was seeing a psychiatrist at the time. And I would go in, and throughout university, I mean, I did really well in primary school, where everything was very blocked off in times, and even in high school, you know, I was disorganized, but I wasn't, I did well in school. I got to university and I really, really struggled, and I developed severe anxiety. And going to the psychiatrist, I would tell her these stories, like, I don't know what's wrong with me. I go to class and I fall asleep, even though I really, really want to pay attention. And then I leave and I try to punish myself by making myself do problems. So I'll go to the library to do problems, but I'll forget that I have a problem set due for another class, and I won't get the problems done. I just can't focus. And then I get so stressed out that I throw up. And so it was this combination of like, I obviously care too much about these classes, and also I'm falling asleep and I can't study, and why am I not functioning? And so I told my psychiatrist some of these stories, and eventually my psychiatrist clued in, but I wasn't ready for a diagnosis at that point. So that was about, like over a decade ago at this point, but it was right at the end of my university. And I was just so done. I just wanted to get through and get out. And I already had an anxiety diagnosis. I already had accommodations for my exams and stuff. I just had, you know, maybe a couple of exams to go. And my psychiatrist says, have you considered ADHD? And I wasn't ready for it. And I said, no, not gonna do this, not interested. I just wanna get through this, whatever. And so that was fine for a number of years. You know, I'm disorganized, but it's okay. You didn't mention the pigment. For me, the single pigment was the fake one. Well, it's right there in the title, Gabor. So then the past year and a half, I've been on a weird kind of, I started slumping. After university, I was recovering from what I thought was just anxiety. And I kept on, like, it was like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps back, 1 step forward. Really not getting much of anywhere with treatment. Like, I was also dealing with some chronic pain issues that were maybe related. It was really hard to tell what was going on in my life. And so I went to the doctor actually for chronic pain. So my path to an actual diagnosis went through chronic pain. I had chronic pain, I got sent to a rheumatologist, I got a battery of every blood test under the sun. I have a positive ANA, which is I have self-antibodies. I'm allergic to myself. But the rheumatologist brushed me off with like, well, yeah, you have a positive ANA, but all your other blood work is normal, so we don't know what this is. we'll wait until it gets worse. And I just sort of collapsed, where it was like, well, I'm in chronic pain. I can't focus on things. I'm distracted. I'm brain foggy. I can't seem to cope with life. Started canceling all my appointments, and yeah, at that point I had an anxiety relapse and started throwing up. And the weird thing is, throughout my life, when I'm anxious, I function better with the ADHD. Like, I'm more productive. So I started throwing up and I started getting more productive. And at that point, I called my doctor and I said, hi, I started throwing up. And then I started being more productive. I'm still in pain, but now I have anxiety. But the anxiety is making me more productive. I was told by a previous psychiatrist that I should look into ADHD. Can you help me with that? So my family doctor went through the diagnostic questions and said, yes, that does look like ADHD. Sent me to a psychiatrist who gave me treatment for the anxiety, as well as officially diagnosing me with ADHD. What did you say about short-term memory? What short-term memory? Yeah, no, so the thing is, yeah, I guess I was kind of lucky in a sense because I could point at a previous doctor who had suggested it. And also, my family doctor is really wonderful. So oddly, I found getting a diagnosis like deceptively easy because they just went through the diagnostic questions. And yeah, like I know that some people need to do like a neuropsych evaluation and a bunch of testing and have electrodes taped to their heads, and I didn't go through any of that. I just got some questions about my behavior, my experiences now and in childhood. They just went through the DSM-5 diagnostics. So my family doctor did it and said, yep. And then my psychiatrist did basically the same exact thing. And yep, that sounds like ADHD. I can go in with a half sawed off leg and my GP will tell me it's due to my anxiety. Well, I mean, keep in mind, I also had like a good several years of that. I can remember a jingle from 3 years ago, but just ask me what I did 5 minutes ago and no, from age 3. Yeah, I have an excellent long-term memory. My short-term memory doesn't exist. You definitely need a new GP. But that's like frighteningly common, yes. Okay, so unfortunately, I don't have paint I don't have complete paint that is P049. So here are my options. can cut this here and say I will find PO49, and I will either I'll find the pan that I put down somewhere in this house, or I'll go to my studio, my other studio, and grab a tube of this stuff because I actually own some. And I will paint with real PO49. Or I also have this, which is real PO49, but it's not paint, it's just a pigment suspension. My 5 minutes, yeah, so Dan, what Dan has is he has this, and he makes paint out of it. And he got it from the same person who I got this from, I believe. But this is PO49 pigment dispersion. And it needs to be mixed with gum arabic to make paint. But presumably I could make something resembling lazy paint with just a little bit of this. Because it's fluid, so I could just mix it with a... I could make paint live on stream. But like just a tiny amount, and probably not the best paint. And use this. That's one option. Thanks for sharing your experience with all of that. I'm currently having a flare-up from a mystery that's been going on for at least 20 years. I say the other day that if a doctor doesn't have a photo, it didn't happen. If he still has it, which I doubt. Because people flock to PO49 like rats. Well, I mean, I don't know. He did, until fairly recently. That does sound awful. I'm really sorry. Been watching your videos for a couple of years. It's cool to finally catch a live. Oh, thank you and welcome. Julia, I have a Discord channel where I post some updates and nerd out and talk throughout the week. If that's something that you're interested in, somebody is about to put a Discord link in the description, right, Joy? Putting your hand down and magically finding the pan. I want to magically find the pan, but that's not how my life works. I'm sorry to say that the pan is somewhere in my house, and I will eventually find it, but I'll find it when I'm, decluttering my living room. I'm like, why did I put it down on the couch? It is the PY153 that I do miss. Would you like some PY153, Stephen? Because I can give you some. There we go. Thank you, Joy. Never quick enough with the links, dang it. Worthless mod. Aww. Well, if it makes you feel better, Joy is Joy moderates my life. Joy's my manager. I pay her to be on top of things. I'd consider some PY153 for sure. I have like an absurd collection of PY153. I don't actually use the stuff that much. I don't dislike it, but like I just have a lot. So happy to share. Okay, so that's orange. So there's this option. There's also a few people have asked about, well, there's other quinacridone golds that aren't the real deal. And that's true. So in my gigantic box of paint, I have some stuff that might be useful. Like I have some Sennelier paints, which include Sennelier quinacridone gold, which is, I actually really like the Sennelier quinacridone gold, even though it's not the original. It has some similarities to the original. I find it's less, so the issue with a lot of the hues that are made to look like Quin Gold is that they tend to be, they tend to separate out into, because they're made with PY150 and PO48, the PY150 takes a run for it, and so they separate out, and they end up with a body that's a lot more yellow. So this is a hue. It's a fairly nice hue though. This is not the real deal. So what do you all think? What should I do about my Quin Gold swatch? Is PO71 discontinued or just DS? PO71 isn't discontinued. Oh, I see. Gabor, I see. Yes. Okay. So Daniel Smith had a version of PO71 that was like a bright, almost a red. It was like a real scarlet color. It wasn't as orange as other PO71s. And they ran through it, and their newer batches are more orange, which is fine. Like, it's still a beautiful color, but a lot of people got used to that reddish shade and learned to mix, for example, mix blacks by mixing it with a phthalo blue, and that doesn't work anymore. Now if you mix those two colors, you get a green. So yeah. That's that story. All right, so what should I do? What should I do about my Quin Gold? Y'all want to watch me mix some paint, or should I use the hue and then replace it once I find my real Quin Gold? So I just don't think I have it in any of the other palettes that I have here. I'm just trying to, there a Quin Gold hiding here? No. Quin Gold hiding here? Nope. What What did I do? Mix paint. Okay. By mix paint, you mean make paint with this? I'll make you some paint. Okay. It's just going to be a really, really teeny batch. All right, here we go. Where did I put it? So, I'm like probably not even gonna properly mull this because I'm hoping that because this is liquid, it can just be mixed. So I'm not even getting out a slab, I'm not doing anything. I'm just taking a plate and I'll make proper paint later, but I'm just making just enough to paint with right now. For that. Bit all this. Get out a, yeah, you'll do for palette knife. PB15, that is a palest blue for phthalo imaginable. I wonder with some of those, like, is that, does it have some other stuff in it that they don't have to claim? Because there's additives that companies don't need to claim, which is interesting. Okay, so here we have quite a bit of honey, quite a bit of gum arabic, and this Quinn Gold. The thing about this Quinn Gold is also it's a much darker shade than people are used to the Daniel Smith. The last batch that Daniel Smith had. So Daniel Smith used to also have this variety of Quinn Gold. It's gonna need more. Oh boy, this is gonna be gritty. That's unfortunate. Okay, try to get it in. Oh boy. Yeah. So this is what I was concerned about and why I've had this for months and I haven't mulled it. And I decided to experiment today because this will let me be prepared when I finally do mull this. This is going to take quite a while to mull. Because it's, see those little gritty bits there? Those are bits of pigment that aren't fully incorporated. They're hydrophobic. They're tiny little particles. And it's going to need to be mulled for ages to get them out fully. I was hoping that because it was in this aqueous binder thing that it would be a lot easier. It is not. That's the end of that story. I have, like usually I have a whole slab that I would get out. I'd be mixing a lot more of this. It's an improvised muller, but it is a muller. I have what it actually is this bud base. But usually I'd be using this on a much larger slab than this little plate. So I'd be able to really get, and also a rougher slab. So I have a marble slab that I mull on. Yeah, this is the Quinn Gold suspension, but it's like, it's got little clumps of pigment suspended in it. It's not, they're not, I was hoping that they'd be smooth, and they are not smooth. Okay, that was an interesting experiment. I'm not gonna spend 3 hours mulling this on this tiny little slab. Not gonna happen. I'm gonna use it as is. And that'll be it. It'll be fine. And then once I have real paint, I'll replace the image. Yeah, this is definitely crunchy pigment. That is a scary muller. I love my muller. It's amazing. It's a bud vase. It's a vintage bud vase that I got at a thrift store. Can you hear the hydrophobic bits break up? Maybe. I don't know. That's the issue with the PG10 pigment that I tried, is it does exactly this thing. To get these crappy little pieces of black, whatever. They're little pieces of hydrophobic nonsense. Oh, let me get this. Sorry. Sometimes I forget where my camera is. When I start painting, I'm not on camera. So let's bring this back on camera. Right? Okay. So you can see that there's these little bits. I can sort of brush them out, but I don't really want to mix. There's also a lot of binder. This is enough. Like, it's not that I overdid the binder. It's that once all those little pigments break up, it'll disperse better, but it just means that right now it's a bit gummy. So, alas. So this is not high quality paint that I just made. Very low quality paint. Maybe if I, here. Let's get some. I know you didn't know I was gone, but I'm back. And it goes crunchy. Okay, right. Good stuff. Okay, it doesn't matter. Gonna throw some more water on there. This is some very low quality paint I just made. Like, it's really atrocious. What a waste of expensive pigment. Well, it's not that expensive. It's just hard to get. It's the shipping to Canada that's killer. By the way, if anyone wants to buy the pigment, it's from Guerra Pigment. You can order it. The problem is just shipping from anywhere that isn't in the US is shipping to anywhere that isn't in the US is terrible. Student quality, maybe you shouldn't have spent $100 on it. Maybe buy Sennelier instead. You're hilarious. You're hilarious. Maybe I should have bought Sennelier instead. Maybe the Sennelier is actually better. Maybe I'll add some Sennelier up in here, huh? Get some darker tones. Really mess with people's heads. Oh my god. No, the paint I made is like really low quality, guys. Like really, really bad. As soon as I put the other paint on, it's like, oh yeah, no, like what is with this gummy mess? I didn't even notice it so much until I put in the other paint. Okay. I was trying to get a like more of a mass tone. There we go. Is the crunchy interesting organic matter? Yeah, this stuff, like, it's a pain to break up, but I don't think that you can see it. Like, you can see the individual bits break up as you drag them across sometimes. What you end up actually doing, if you are actually going to make paint rather than just making a mess on a plate, is you would go over and over and over this on a fairly rough slab with a sanded down muller. And you can also, it also helps to use alcohol because these pigments, the particles are hydrophobic, but they're not alcohol phobic. So you can use alcohol as a dispersant, but I was just making a mess rather than actually making useful paint. This was a way to use some discontinued pigment in the worst possible way. And I'm not quite sure what I'll do with these remnants. Probably dump them into a pan or dump them into some kind of small container and try to reuse them. Hi, Lana. We did Lightfastness. We looked over my Lightfastness tests earlier. Now I'm making really terrible paint. Can you tell I'm tired? Is this PO49? Yes, but it's not good paint. So, yeah. Because I don't have the energy or the arm strength to make good paint right now. I misplaced my pan of Daniel Smith PO49 like a genius earlier today while setting up for my live stream. So I got out the Gara Pigments quinacridone gold dispersion. And I was hoping that it would be easy to just mix it with some gum arabic and make some paint. And I was wrong. It was not, because it has tiny, tiny little hydrophobic particles that are not actually dispersed in the dispersion. You can see them. Not sure if you can see them. You can see them if I bring this up. See those little black dots? So if I was making real paint, I would have to mull this until all those little black dots are gone, because all those little black dots are just clumps of pigment. And it would take forever and use a lot of arm strength, and I would need to use a real slab, not this tiny little plate that I'm using here. It's how I've spent 3 hours mulling it and the paint was still granular. Yes, right. Yep. Uh-huh. I was hoping it would be easier than solid pigment, and I was wrong. It is hell. What kind of compound is the pigment chemically? It is a quinacridone. Can somebody with a chemistry background explain what a quinacridone looks like? It's they're quinacridones. Specifically, it is a carbon. It's a synthetic carbon, synthetic organic carbon ring. So quinacridone is the refers, like quin is like, it's a ring of 5 carbons with a certain something attached to it. Yeah. Katie explained this to me some time ago, and that was then, and this is now. It is a beautiful color, and I love it. And I'm lucky to have a stash of the stuff in addition to this dispersion. But nitrogen. Aha. Polycyclic compound. Thank you, Paolo. This is why we need chemists around here, to explain the science that I don't understand. Anyway, the truth is, so here we have the, this is the Sennelier version over here. And as you can see, it's actually quite close. It's really lovely. I really like the Sennelier version. It does have a little bit of that yellow, like, you can see where it's still wet. It's going to be a little bit yellower, but only a little. It's certainly a better color than my mess here. I realized afterwards that I should have gone for the whole jar of pigment. Acridone and quinoline, although they are not made that way. It smells like mud from the bottom of the well. Cool. Yes. So, nice. Why have you been sniffing the bottom of a well? All right. Okay, so, and in this final square, even though I have this little little quinacridone magenta surprise. I'm actually going to use the Sennelier, because this is just making me sad. I can see all the things wrong with this paint, and it's not just the fact that it's not paint. it's not just the fact that it's crap that I made. It's also like I can see the little bits of So you can see the Sennelier is a much nicer, it spreads much more nicely. It's not like leaving all kinds of nonsense when I brush marks because it's too gummy, because I didn't mix it enough. I'm glazing it over this mess of a spot that I left, but you know what? That's fine too. Okay, I have a meeting in a bit because I'm organizing an online conference. So Monday we have some stuff to review. Okay, cool. Be leaving, but thanks for the stream. Thank you for joining. And thank you for all your helpful knowledge. It's really been useful today. And yeah, I'm just gonna kind of let these dry for a bit. I'll show you what the other page looks like, because it's changed a bit since we last looked. This over here, this over here. So this one's pretty dry. I can start peeling off the salt. Didn't really react much with the salt. That one seems to have gathered some salt. I'm just going to leave the others. This one still seems pretty wet. But yeah. I honestly would have loved for a science teacher to tell me how chemistry and physics were such integral parts of everyday life then. Said, memorize this, memorize that, the answer is because it's the answer. I had really wonderful science teachers in high school. So my chemistry teacher was just wonderful. He was just like a magic person. gonna pick up textbooks for spring term starting Monday. Cool. What are you studying? Math and science are not evil, we're just taught they are. Yes, although I have to say, like, I had good experiences with math and science in high school. Basically as long as I could, again, box of paint, you're talking about if I understand something, then I get it, and if I don't, then, then no memory, can't figure it out. Very much the same. So while I was in high school, I lucked out with having good teachers, and I never memorized formulas, but I could derive them on exams, right? Like, you only need a few and you can just figure things out. I got to university, I went to engineering school. Here I am painting, but I went to engineering school. And that's where everything fell apart. I thought that engineering would be great because it's all problem solving, it's all real world, it's all it's all puzzles. I like puzzles. I'm a problem solver, and that's a very idealized version of the world. That's not what engineering exams are like. It's not really how, yeah. Science and art, go figure. Yes, nice. Been out of school for 20 years, returned this fall. Previous majors were general science education, graphic design, fascinated with your study of scientific illustration. Yes, although, as I just mentioned, I took the scenic route. I started out as a child, I wanted to do scientific illustration. I found out about it very early, and I did some courses with the master's students at U of T when I was 16, but then I went out and went to engineering school, and that was a part of my life. Engineering is the process of sucking the fun out of something interesting. Engineering is, I feel like engineers sort of become, you're like a living insurance policy, where like a lot of engineering is either common sense or it's like really yucky spreadsheets that you don't really need the engineering degree to plug some numbers into, but you need an engineer who has an engineering stamp to say this building is in fact not going to fall down, because then if the building falls down, then their professional liability kicks in. This one, Canadian Spring, I really love this. Like, I got like some tree thing, some sky thing. Like, this is that was a really cool effect. My favorite yellow there, just it's kind of flat by comparison. Engineers get something done for 10 bucks that the next person would need 100. Maybe. I mean, then there's also engineering math where you just round everything up. I drive. So my husband has a similar educational background, but he went into computer science like through a math department, and he's adapted, and now he's more like me. But earlier on, I would drive him crazy because what is 2 + 2? 10. I can do math real fast in my head because you just round up every step of the way. Or you end up with fun like the bridge in London that was making everyone sick. Yes, that is a common example taught in engineering school about why architects should have engineer supervision. It was more than that. So this is, what's it called? The Millennium Bridge? And it is a suspension bridge, and the architects designed it so that, all right, now we can geek out about my other geekery while this dries. I'll draw an example. We'll talk about engineering for a while. My streams are fun. Okay. Here. Luckily, I only need a little bit of this paper, so I can still leave you with most of the screen covered by colorful, beautiful things while I draw an ugly engineering diagram. It is the Millennium Bridge, right. Okay, so the Millennium Bridge problem is as follows. Most suspension bridges are supported like this. I need a better pen. Use this one. So most suspension bridges work as follows. You have these long piers, right? And you have your road over here, and you have a cable here. And so your road is heavy and wants to fall down, and all of your cables come down here, and they are supported like this. And then you smudge your fountain pen because you're a klutz. And so everything, all of this turns into tension along this cable. And it's all distributed back into here so that these piers support. This. Now, what the Millennium Bridge designers did is they said, wouldn't it look cool if you had a bridge that instead of having tall piers like this, just had short little piers? And you just had short little cables like this. Yay, sorry for the rabbit hole, but yay. I mean, I can talk about Tacoma Narrows too. All of these things are like, they're taught. I started out in engineering science, which is like a pressure cooker for masochists over at U of T. And then I switched from there into civil engineering. So my degree is in civil engineering. My specialization is in building science, which is like keeping the outside out and the inside in, basically building efficient buildings that manage your environments. Sustainable building practices and energy efficiency, whatever, that sort of stuff. But I did civil engineering, so I, plenty of time spent on learning how bridges work. Okay, so the problem with designing a bridge like this is you still have this, all of your vertical weight like this. So if you are transferring into tension, your tension, you're all familiar with the concept of the Pythagorean theorem, right? So here you have, along your vertical axis, you have, this is your force that's coming down from into each of these piers. It's half of this. It's all of the force along that entire road. That's going to be your vertical element. And your horizontal element is going to be your horizontal element is going to be this one. So in a regular suspension bridge, you have something that's like either very tall and kind of short, or like maybe it's a 45. Yeah. And right. And so what happens is you need to have much stronger cables going this way. Now, of course, the engineers got this design after the architects had already designed this, and they said, okay, we have this design for a bridge. This is what it's going to look like. Now you just need to design these cables. And the engineers said, that's going to be tricky because you're going to need some massive cables because, your force here, your vertical force is established. That's how much force you have. But then instead of spreading it out, instead of the total force, instead of this total force over here being something that's, proportionally larger, you're going to have a massive, you're going to need some crazy cables to hold this up. And the architect said, nope, that's very important. We need the crazy cables. And so what they did is the profile of this road is like this. And then they just have these crazy, it's not one cable, it's like 6 of them over on each side. Right. So they did all the calculations. The Tacoma Narrows is a very similar problem. They did all the calculations for the usual type of resonant frequency. So resonant frequency is a standard thing that's calculated for bridges. Because it has been a problem, military has to break step when they walk across a bridge, because you don't want a bridge to have a resonant frequency of 2 hertz. You're going to have it's going to start bouncing along with people. And that's based on the resonant frequency of the roadway. So that's a known problem. So the engineers followed all of the things that you usually have to calculate for this road, but what they didn't follow was it resonating at 2 times frequency by just each of these little cables turning a little donut on itself. And so the whole thing cables, bridge and all, just resonates in a wild, like makes you seasick, bounces up and down, very, very springy way. And they had to fix it. They had to reinforce it. Yeah. So there's all sorts of, like, a lot of these things, a lot of the big catastrophes, the big examples that are given of engineering design is like, a lot of engineering is, you know, we kind of know what to expect, but when you get thrown a problem that you've never seen before, you can try to predict what ways something might fail, but you're very, very likely to just miss one. It was like walking in a fun house. Yeah, it was a concern that never had to happen. It, like, the issue was the engineers didn't design for it because it doesn't happen in a regular bridge. But because it was designed, the design was approved with only architects, no engineers were involved. The engineers got in and were told, you know, design for a bridge with a profile like this, and for all that they said, like, this is really dumb, it's gonna, you know, nope, design for a bridge with a profile like this. Well, they did. The same sort of thing, you know, you get this in all kinds of fields. Like in all different kinds of civil engineering, you'll have, there's the Royal Ontario Museum is an old building, and it's an old square building. It's got columns and whatever, steps out front, you know, a normal square building. And they wanted to build an extension. And they got some fancy architects to say, well, what if we built an extension that looked like a crystal had crashed into the side of it, and it looks like this? And that design got approved. And the original design specified, we want clear glass. And Rome is an awesome building. I mean, it's awesome, but it's also a nightmare, and it's also a learning experience. See a standing wave? Yeah, it's a standing wave. So the clear glass, so it was like an extension behind it. But they built this, so the design showed, like, here's what the outside's gonna look like, and inside we're just gonna have all of these dinosaurs and stuff. It's gonna be great. And so the steering committee approved this. And the first thing to happen was they brought this to the museum curators, who said, hold on, we're a museum, we have all these ancient artifacts, we can't have a building that's made of glass. We're going to need to add some other stuff. We're going to need to add some other stuff because we need to protect our artifacts. So the first thing that happened was they said, okay. So we're going to have some weird windows in here, like just over here and over here and over here. But most of it is going to be this siding stuff so that it's not all going to be clear glass. It's going to be this siding stuff. And we're just going to have some windows. So now the artifacts are safe. And then it got brought to the engineers. Yeah, it's mostly behind. And the engineer said, holy mother of no, this is not okay. And it was just like every layer of engineers had different complaints about it. The civil engineers, originally, they were saying, okay, this is real cool, but like we need to, this is Canada. We have rain that falls down and we have snow. And how are we going to drain that off this roof? It's going to collect over here. We're going to have a collection of snow over here, and then it's going to rain into your museum because it has nowhere to drain. And so they had to adapt the crystal a little bit to make it drain. It sort of drains. It does leak a lot, but the other thing that started happening is the windows started popping out because all of this heat and humidity expansion and contraction of all of these crystal sections is happening along axes and forces that aren't accounted for in regular buildings. Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's the world over. There's buildings that have cooked people because they're shaped like a dome and like a lens and pointed at the sun. Yeah, it was like, I know people who worked on that, and it was a nightmare from end to end. It's like, how are we going to wire this thing? How are we going to support it? How are we going to, okay. So now we have the dimensions of the thing, but now, it's expanding and contracting. Now we need weird windows. Oh wait, the weird windows are popping out. Yep. If you don't challenge engineers, then you end up with boarding boxes everywhere. That is valid. That's true. Some challenges are good. I like the walkie-talkie skyscraper in London that mirrored back the sunshine and heated up the neighboring building. Yeah. Challenging engineers is good. Some sort of integrated design where you have all of the different levels involved from the beginning is better, because then you can have... Part of the challenge is when you get something that's like this, it's like, well, it's already been approved. Like, this has already been budgeted for. There are some changes that could happen earlier on, and you might still get something interesting, but that deals with some of these problems before it's already a set thing. Yeah, yeah. There's one in Las Vegas too. The buildings that cook people is actually a very common one. All right, how are we doing on drying? Almost there. Almost there. I wonder if I start peeling up this tape, there's still some wet areas around, like these. That's interesting. What happens if I pick this one up? Oh, fascinating. Just spreads back out. On a more arty topic, can we try the PB60 plus PB16 Prussian Blue? Yes, absolutely. While I'm here waiting for paint to dry, let's do that. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty close. Maybe a tiny bit more of the... Right down. That's not bad. I suspect it'll actually dry down a little bit duller. Like it'll get closer as it dries down. Would it work? I suspect it would be too bright with PB 15.3, but we can give it a shot. I suspect it would be like, yeah, just a little too bright is my guess. So if I take, again, a bunch of the so yeah. I think this is actually the 60 PB60 plus PB16 is likely to be really, really close when it fully dries, because the PB60, much like the Prussian Blue, it dries down less intense than it starts out. With the PB 15.3, it's not far off, but I think it is just a little bit brighter. Okay, just a moment. Check some things. Sorry. How are we doing? What is the green? Is it a mix or a single pigment? Which green? What green are we talking about? What is Lee green? Oh, sorry. Lee green, yes. It is probably a mix. Alas. It's like this color. I can get there with oh my goodness, so many scraps of paper everywhere here. Ooh, this desk is a disaster. Let's see. Let's do bit of green gold with bare Prussian, maybe? Yeah, that's too much. Too much Prussian. Not Prussian, sorry, Indian Throne. Quinone blue. There we go. And can you see the separation in this? Something's going on in here. There's my water's acting up again. You see this granulation going on in my palette? This is from painting with salt water. See that? That is M. Graham doing its M. Graham thing when exposed to my water. Prussian blue plus yellow ochre. I don't think it would get, okay, so this sweater is close, but it is a little bit more muted. If you take this swatch, that's actually closer. You could make it with PY150. I think it's easier to make with, it's easier to balance starting with green gold. Yeah, this separation here, it's Roman Schmal paints sometimes do this as well, and he's aware of that and he just likes it. But it's like ubiquitous in all of the sorry, M. Graham ones. All the M. Graham synthetic organics do this thing. It's the pigment load is too high for the amount of binder. So no matter how much they mull it, it's just going to clump up. Bring this camera up a little. Up. And back to here. Where we are sticking my finger in paint again. You guys are really like, this is really fascinating content here. You're watching me watch paint dry. I find it useful for mixes. I don't like the yellow undertone on its own, like, which is why I was trying to experiment with PG10, was I was hoping to find an alternative. I bought some PG10 made by someone else, which I haven't even tried yet. So this is PG10 made by Colors of the Iron range. Aren't natural pigments likely to do that as well? I'm thinking of my amethyst. No. So there's separation, but there's a different thing that M. Graham paints do, and it's more pronounced, especially here in KW, because of our hard water. But it's a problem with the paints themselves, and what it is I'm actually fairly sure of this now that I've mulled paint. What it is you see how in here in my quinacridone gold there's these little black like pellet things. So what's happening there is these are hydrophobic tiny little particles, and they all clump together when you add water, and they don't want to get released. And so as a result, to mull these things, you need like 4 times more binder than you think you do to actually cover them. And if you put too much pigment in, then you can keep mulling for 3 hours and put dispersants and put alcohol and put whatever, and those little particles will never, ever come out, because the only thing keeping them separate is when you have them covered in gum arabic, each individual one. So what M. Graham does is they don't put enough binder in their paints. They mull it, it's smooth when it goes into the tube, but the moment you add water, especially if you have salty water or hard water, it clumps back out. They clump back out. So it's a non-granulating paint that has this weird thing where it settles into this hydrophobic granulation pattern. It's clumping, it's weird. I blogged about it when I didn't understand it. At this point, I do understand it, and I need to write another blog about it. But that's what it is. Is it the same effect as the clumps in PR 168 by Core? I believe so. The clumping in the PR 168 by Core looks exactly the same. I really suspect that that's the same thing that's going on, is they didn't put the same amount of binder into that batch, and it's just breaking up. Or the pigment itself was finer than their previous batches, but for whatever reason, it's separating out. I think it's the same thing happening in that PR 168 that everyone has got bad tubes of. Had to send my tubes back and they won't replace them. Oh, that sucks. Anyway, PG10 is discontinued. So like, I don't know. I have real mixed feelings about this thing I keep doing. I like the salt effect on the bottom right orange swatch. This one, yes, I like it too. I really like this one. I like this one, and I like this one, and this one. I have to say, the Nicolazzo yellow is a little underwhelming, and I would be happier with these quinacridone golds if they were the paint that I meant to paint them with. Yeah, first they answered that it's unlikely paints this expensive have issues. Wait, what? That's such a weird statement. Like, what does price have to do with... This wasn't Core directly, was it? Like, this was somebody you purchased these from? I'm going to attempt to start packing up my art desk. Oh. Do I have a Jackson's affiliate link? Yes, I do. Do you need me to go get it while you watch the paint dry for some more time? Most of these are dry. There's just a few little spots that are just, you know, not quite there yet. I just want to see how these will be when I pull up this tape, take out all these little bits. Maybe put the link up on Discord later. Yeah, I will. I absolutely will. It was the seller, not Core. Yeah, okay. That makes more sense. So I was like, that doesn't... Usually Golden, like, of all the art supply companies, they're pretty responsive. And, like, pretty upfront about, like, yeah, sometimes our paints have issues. I want to check out the watercolor sale later. Yeah. Got some exciting stuff. Anyway, so this is PG-10, which, again, I have real mixed feelings about, like, going crazy for discontinued pigments because, you know, what are you going to do with, like, they're discontinued. You're not going to get more of them. PG-10 I really enjoy. It's so pretty. And it's much greener than green gold. But alas, it is no more because people don't want green cars. And they don't want gold cars. Kathy at Golden sent me a new PV49 after I mildly complained about separation. Still using it. That's great. Hair dryer? Yes, so this has been suggested, but you see, I buzz my head, so I don't own a hair dryer for my hair. I do have a hair dryer for paints, but it's at the other studio. And it's not usually an issue because I usually don't paint this wet. I wanted a green car, but this particular model was only available in boring colors. I've been joking with my husband. We don't own a car. But, you know, we've talked about buying a property up in the woods at some point, building our own house, and then we would have to own a car. And I've joked about we would need to get something, like we would need to get a car this color, because otherwise I would forget where I parked my car. And how would I ever find my car? Like you use the little key thing and it unlocks all of them. rings all of them. Walk around the whole parking lot because I would never remember where I parked my car. So I need a car that's like, nobody else has this car. Not how those keys work. Well, the unfortunate thing is a lot of them have like a very limited, a lot of car keys, unfortunately, there's just a very limited range. So, you know, one manufacturer won't have that many different ones. Unfortunately, that is how car keys work. Mine is red. Yeah, I mean, like worst case scenario, I don't know, we could get it wrapped or something. I haven't tried it yet, but apparently my car will come to you if you request it. No thanks. I mean, it might be different in Europe. I know that it is an issue here. But also, like, with even walking around, like, I just, you know, I would need it to be recognizable from across the parking lot. Otherwise, I'm just going to be wandering around the whole time. Mine can self-park and is okay doing it. I've used self-parking functions. It's a little bit terrifying, but it does work. But I feel like there is a difference between a self-parking function and like, come hither car, and you just have it show up to you without, like, you're not in it to override. Like the Tesla thing where you can just like call your car back is a little... Okay. I probably should wait a little longer, but I'm impatient. So let's see what happens when I pull these up. And yes, they aren't perfectly square. I'm okay with that. Okay. Because again, I'm just gonna scan these in, work around it. These are really pretty. I'm happy with them. Yay! Yay, little Patreon swatches. Woohoo! Oh. Ah! No. Yes, of course you can use washi tape as masking tape. Good on him for knowing what washi tape is, though. I'm not sure that Jordan does. Okay, and oh, it's so weird and yucky. This one. Wait. Wait. Okay. Well, that's a mess. Damn. It's okay, it's only minor tearing, and this is for scanning anyway. This is what I get for being impatient, but also it was never gonna dry. And I want to get on with my day. Actually concerned about the amount of gum arabic and that, like, loose gum arabic, because I didn't mull it enough. Oh well. Oopsie daisy. Okay. Yeah, I don't really use masking tape and like on real paintings, and in my sketchbook I don't care if it roughs up the surface, which it does. Like, you can see this is quite rough. You can use a tissue to soak up the excess. That's true. Maybe that's what I'll do. It's just not been enough manipulation of these paints. Let's just, oh, there we go. Add some texture too. It would. Here we go. Here's some texture. We have texture now. All right, cool. Well, that's lots of painting. Was it only salt water used, or also salt sprinkled on top? I sprinkled salt on top. Quite large salt in some cases. Like, this is salt. And this is salt. Yep. But also, like, I sprinkled 2 kinds of salt on top. So no, this isn't just my water. My water doesn't do cool stuff like that. Just sort of separates the paint. It's also hot press paper, so like the patterns are going to be a little different. Okay, well, this was fun. I think this is the end of this video. If you're not already on my Discord channel, feel free to join my Discord. We geek out throughout the week, talk about all sorts of nerdy stuff. And yeah, thank you so much. Don't forget to hit like on this stream and subscribe if you haven't already. Bye. Thank you.